What an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent sides, fully prepared for this massive occasion. And fully prepared. And hello to you from the Rhineland. We find ourselves tonight here in Western Germany, in the city of Leverkusen. I'm Derek Ray, and delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Bayer Leverkusen up against Benfica.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. The lineup for Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And the striker is the very gifted Patrick Schick. And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, it looks like they're going to play in a 3-4-3 formation without wing-backs, which means the outside centre-halves will need to cover the areas out wide, which I would say is asking a lot.
Schick. Florian Diaz. Now he must favour the cross. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, when he's playing well, he can unlock any defence. He can manipulate the ball, see a pass and beat defenders. He'll be key today.
That's a good-looking pass. Take the lead here. What a vital intervention. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Otamendi. Silva. Kukcu. Into the advanced position. But they took care of the situation defensively. Grimaldo. Nice looking move, this. Sends it back. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Florentino. Fredrik Ausnes. Given away by Benfica. Jeremy Frimpong. Xhaka. Grimaldo with it. Well, when you have the lead, you can play in this manner, keeping the ball like this. Garcia. Grimaldo with it. Aleix Garcia. Grimaldo. Garcia with it. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. The delivery. And quite simply wide of the target. Kukcu. Evangelos Pavlidis. On the ball, Florentino. Well, pass after pass, maybe they can chisel an opportunity. Well, it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Granit Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. How about the cross? Now a decent position. The goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Di Maria. A very effective challenge put in. Jeremy Frimpong. Granit Xhaka. Adli. Grimaldo with it. Garcia. Failure to keep the ball by Leverkusen. Cookju. It's in! And it goes! The leveller! Thrilling stuff here! Piero Incapié. And now Garcia. Xhaka with it. Frimpong. Trying to really get at the opposition here. Jeremy Frimpong. Xhaka with it. Grimaldo. Garcia. Could cross it in here. And he clears the danger. Pressing really high. And no more time. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Antonio Silva. Otamendi has it. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Cookju. Pavlidis. Di Maria. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Xhaka. Grimaldo. Not quite accurate enough though. Fredrik Aursnes. And the flag was up in good time. It's offside.
Well, he should have realised that was going to be offside. That's a poor decision to play that pass.
Certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, he certainly got his team back into this game with that goal, because up to that point they hadn't played particularly well. I think he's had a decent first half, but he'll be looking to build on his goal in the second 45.
Grimaldo. Adli. Benfica have it back now. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Silva. Antonio Silva. Really good challenge. Frimpong. Granit Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. Leverkusen unable to hang on to it. Otamendi. Antonio Silva. That's how to dispossess your opponent. Free kick awarded then by the referee. Cookju. Aursnes. Oh, could be an opportunity here. An alert piece of defending. Diaz. Jeremy Frimpong. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. It needs an accurate cross. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Kukçu. Pavlidis. And a strong tackle. A quarter of an hour remaining here. It might be on for them. Fields. Ronaldo has pulled them on his own. Silva. Kukçu. And the search goes on for a winner. Time is tight. Just the challenge that was required.
Well, the fans are making so much noise here. They believe the winner's coming, but it needs a moment of inspiration for one of those players out on the pitch. What a finale we've got.
Counter-attacking, very much an option. Smuggled away. That's a good-looking pass. Ronaldo. Keep. Can they forge ahead? And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Florian Wirtz. Oh, that's an interesting pass. That's eyes for goal. Well, it ended up being easier for the goalkeeper in the end. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Kukçu. And with that, the 90... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. And hello to you from the Rhineland. We find ourselves tonight here in Western Germany, in the city of Leverkusen. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Bayer Leverkusen facing Barcelona.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And a look at the 11 for Leverkusen. Lukas Hradecky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmond Tapsoba in central defence. And the striker is the very gifted Patrick Schick. And the Barcelona shape looks like this. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield. And the starting role in attack today is handed to Robert Lewandowski. Moving into the advanced position. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Lewandowski. Barcelona have been awarded the throw-in. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Could be threatening. And a goal it is! No long wait for the opener today. Piero Incapié. Jonathan Tah has it. Incapié. Grimaldo. Garcia with it. Jeremy Frimpong. And now Garcia. Grimaldo. And the emphasis is on creativity. Options in the middle. Too much elevation on the header, but not a bad effort. Promising pass. It's a neat move. And he takes it on. Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case. Pressure applied. Rafinha. Say no shortage of space for Barcelona. And is this the moment for Lewandowski? Well, the keeper has outdone himself. Wonderful save. Granit Xhaka. And now Garcia. Tah. Getting the ball forward. Garcia. And he's lost custody of the ball here. The free kick decision goes the way of Barcelona. Dani Olmo. Good tackle. Jeremy Frimpong. Passing opportunity. And he's done it! Parity again! A magnificent game unfolding. Inigo Martinez. Alex Balde. Pedri. Now with de Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Dani Olmo. Koundé. Delivered into the box. And there is the goal to re-establish their advantage. So back on underway. Intriguing contest this, given the 2-1 scoreline. Alex Garcia. Grimaldo with it. Tar. Granit Xhaka. Garcia with it. Piero Hincapié. And now Garcia. Grimaldo. Granit Xhaka. Frimpong. On the offensive. Alex Garcia. From a long-distance effort, and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Sometimes the defender reads your mind. That's what happened to Lewandowski. Granit Xhaka. Oh, what a top-notch pass. Trying to open up the defence. How about the cross? Well, nothing productive, really. So, half-time. Into the second half then, and Barcelona holding advantage, but a long way from being settled. Rafinha. Pedri. Frimpong. Garcia. Grimaldo. Xhaka with it. It's neat passing, confidence on the ball. Could play it in. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. And Barcelona showing good width here. Koundé. And it might be. Keeper dealt with it. Amin Adli. Grimaldo. Adli. And a really good run. And the referee sees that as a foul. Free kick given. And deep into the penalty area. Taking care of business defensively here. Well, we know how dazzling Rafinha can be, and he was very much on top of his game in the first half. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Dani Olmo. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. And playing it through. And passing it well. Oh, he's given us away. Granit Xhaka. Florian Wirtz. Looks promising. Looks to level it. Oh, he's missed
presented itself, and they really should be level. They have to be more composed, more clinical if they want to get back into this.
Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. Real chance. A cut back. Oh, body in the way, crucially. Dani Olmo. Not troubling the keeper. Jeremy Frimpong. Wirtz. Schick with it. And given away by Leverkusen. Rafinha. It's an opportunity. What an important piece of defending. Grimaldo.
Well, the fans are certainly playing their part here. Just listen to this noise.
Will be ruled offside. Koundé. And take it away. Alex Garcia. And that's great work to make sure it didn't go over the line. Promising pass. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? Takes on the shot. Well, the keeper did his job. Didn't really have to work hard, in all honesty. Garcia. There might very well be late excitement. 5 minutes left. And the margin just 1. Cross it in here. And still trying to get the shot off.
Well, I think the fans are doing everything they can to get their team back into this. But can they find that moment of inspiration and get an equaliser?
Dani Olmo. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And ties for goal. A really excellent piece of goalkeeping, and that's what they needed.
Well, it's a good save at just the right time, but they have to get the ball forward quickly here.
Well, that's all for this game, and... Two inspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans, ready for a showdown that could take on highly dramatic proportions. Be prepared for genuine excitement. It's next on EA TV. Hello, it's great to have you with us. We've travelled today to the Bismarckstraße in Leverkusen, We're at the Bay Arena. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for expert analysis by my partner Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Bayer Leverkusen up against Aston Villa.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And a look at the 11 for Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And the striker is the very gifted Patrick Schick. Here's how the lineup looks for Aston Villa. Ezri Konsa starts alongside Tyrone Mings in central defence. Yuri Tielemans plays alongside Boubacar Kamara in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today is Ollie Watkins. Who's going to get on the end of it? The degree of difficulty wasn't all that high in terms of the save. And it wasn't superb distribution by the keeper, that we can say. Morgan Rogers. Edmond Tapsoba. Granit Xhaka. And a side-catching wide play. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Ollie Watkins. Boubacar Kamara. He takes aim. No problems at all for the keeper. Amin Adli. Grimaldo with it. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Boubacar Kamara. This might have potential. Can they get themselves in front here? Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Pressed and pressed high. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Schick. The attack looks promising. Referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Garcia. Cross it in here. Grimaldo. Keep. They had to react and did. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Schick. Excellent vision. Cross smuggled away. Ramsey. Here is Marco Asensio. A bit wasteful from Villa. Schick. Might lead to a chance. Xhaka with it. And Patrick Schick now. Someone to play it to. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Watkins. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Aleix Garcia. Oh, this looks useful. Can he finish here? Jacob Ramsey. Here's Tielemans. Villa couldn't keep the ball. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Grimaldo. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Oh, moving it nicely. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. It's opening up for them. And pushed away to safety.
Well, Villa have been poor in front of goal. They're creating good chances, but they're just not taking them. Look at the stats. They tell you everything.
Can they take advantage? And quick thinking defensively. Grimaldo. Who can they pick out? What a vital intervention. And there it is, the half-time whistle. Time is up as far as the first half is concerned. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Boubacar Kamara. Now with Rodgers. It's with Kamara. Morgan Rodgers. Here is Marco Asensio. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Can he play it in? Chance here. Straight up the goalkeeper then. Grimaldo. He's not looking confident in possession. Adli. And he takes it away. Well, both sides guilty of giving the ball away. Well, they have the advantage. That's good refereeing. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded. Oh well, you can't get them right every time, and he got that one very wrong.
Yeah, it's a poor free kick, I have to say. What was he thinking? He was never going to score from there.
And they continue to advance. And a lot of options here. Boubacar Kamara. Here is Marco Asensio. Tielemans. Now they stopped them in their tracks. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Well, unfortunately, it fizzled out in the end. Tielemans. It's with Kamara. Matty Cash. And dribbling with it, but out of play. And given away by Leverkusen. Crossing possibilities. Good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Grimaldo. Still passing it around with authority. Well, I don't think that effort remotely qualifies as respectable.
And the reason it's off target, because the technique was really poor on that occasion. That's not a good effort.
Ramsey. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. applied. Can they make something of it? It could become a teammate. Must take the lead here. Oh, he's been denied. And they remain locked together.
Well, that's a good save, but really he should have scored from there. That's a big chance.
Well, no danger now. Look at Digne. Here's Tielemans. Marco Asensio. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. A chance here perhaps to invigorate their aerial targets. Well, he was being closely watched. Goal kick.
Well, the defender knew he couldn't get to the ball first, but he just did enough to put him off there.
Schick. Grimaldo. And now Garcia. You can sense the threat is there. And the referee blows the whistle. It is a free kick. Dramatic moment near the end, and that might well be the decider. Tielemans. Here is Marco Asensio. Tyrone Mings. Marco Asensio. Here's Tielemans. It did look on for them, but not to be. Edmond Tapsoba. Well, it's almost over, but not quite. The fans still with a bit of nail-biting to do, Stuart.
Yeah, just about edging it overall. It's been a really tight game, hasn't it? Chances at 3, and you have to praise their defending in that regard. Just got to see out the final few minutes now. No silly mistakes at the back.
Let's see about the delivery. Punched away. Now a decent position. Well, to be blunt, misfiring with the header. Rodgers. Here's Tielemans. And the electronic board delivers the news. 2 minutes of stoppage time. Tapsoba. Grimaldo with it. So full time it is, and a morale boost. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Benfica facing Bayer Leverkusen.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Fine work from Leverkusen to win back possession. And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 with two out-and-out wingers, but they do vary their movements. They give width, but they also make diagonal runs in field when the ball's on the opposite flank. Their performances will be key today.
Spectacular save, top-class goalkeeping. He's driven in the corner. And he clears the danger. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. The lineup for Bayer Leverkusen. Lukas Hradecky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Well, he really is danger personified, but in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, he really is a master of the free kick, and anything around the box today, expect him to pose a real threat.
Evangelos Pavlidis. Di Maria. Looking for the angle. And the problem not completely solved. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Amin Adli. Piero Incapié. Garcia with it. Grimaldo. Tom. And now Garcia. Piero Incapié. Garcia with it. Frimpong. Xhaka with it. Grimaldo. And given away by Leverkusen. Effort, close. Silva. Pavlidis. Benfica struggling to hang on to the ball. Perfect tackle. Good technique displayed, but quick thinking defensively. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. Well, possibilities in the centre. Grimaldo. Can he get the level? And off the post. Duke. Fredrik Aursnes. Well, no way through. Adli. Schick. Florian Wirtz. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And he's lost custody of the ball here. Could be dangerous. Opportunity. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Otamendi. Cookju. On the ball, Florentino. Silva. Cookju. Oh, big chance! Oh, 0-0. The goal was at his mercy. Tame effort. Frimpong. Xhaka with it. Tapsoba. Granit Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. Garcia. Grimaldo with it. And he's hit it with authority. And what a magical save it was. Over it comes. And nicely parried away. Good clearance. The first half. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Alex Garcia. Grimaldo with it. And now Garcia. Grimaldo. Alex Garcia. Now options are plenty. Schick. It needs an accurate cross. Grimaldo. Let's fly here. Pumped away by the keeper.
Well, Leverkusen have created some good chances, but they've been wasteful in front of goal. Just look at those stats.
Cookju. Silva. Otamendi. Antonio Silva. Cookju. Di Maria. On the ball, Florentino. Fredrik Aursnes. Promising position here for Di Maria. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Well, there's an example of how to press high up.
Well, they might be piling on the pressure, but they've got to make it count in those situations, that's for sure.
Yes, they just have to make sure they stay defensively compact here. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Di Maria. Oh, danger here. Can he do it to take the lead? Oh, that is a majestic goal! Volleyed home with precision and style. Superbly done. Tar. Incapié. And now Garcia. Grimaldo. Garcia with it. Grimaldo. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Amin Adli. And teammates to play it to. Well, an opportunity from the corner to get right back into this one. Who can they pick out? quite the clearance they were hoping for. Well, they survived the attack. Fredrik Aursnes. A very effective challenge put in. Firing it towards goal. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Read it well. Plenty of support here. Di Maria. Amin Adli. And Patrick Schick now. Well, showing good patience. Grimaldo. Jeremy Frimpong. Oh, surely. Couldn't quite hang on. Oh, and he puts away the second chance. Goalkeeper error. Antonio Silva. Otamendi. Silva. Kukcu. 10 minutes left for play. Antonio Silva. Kukcu. On the attack, is there to be late drama? Jeremy Frimpong. Granit Xhaka. Frimpong. Xhaka with it. Jeremy Frimpong. Moving into the advanced position. Crossed into the penalty area. And a no-nonsense clearance.
Well, time is running out to get this winner. But the fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to the noise. What a fantastic finish we could have here.
And it might be. Strong hand on that one. Frimpong. Now with Tapsoba. Diaz. And Bayer Leverkusen still on the attack as the minutes tick. Oh, a goal! And is that going to be the one that wins it for them? There's every chance, and the fans are lapping this up. And there goes the final. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football. Hello from the Catalan capital and one of the world's great cities, Barcelona. My name is Derek Ray, and I'm joined for commentary by the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Barcelona facing Bayer Leverkusen.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And the cross goes in. Managed to get it out of there. Well, this is what we think for Barcelona. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. Centimetres over the bar with that powerful shot. And a look at the 11 for Leverkusen. Lukas Hradecky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmond Tapsoba in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Well, Barca have the ball once more. Outrageously skillful. It needs an accurate cross. Dani Olmo. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Given away by Leverkusen. Frenkie de Jong. Wirtz. Beautifully weighted ball. It'll be a corner. A relatively high degree of difficulty for the goalkeeper. Koundé. Now with de Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Lewandowski. The cross is on. Will it happen for them? Must take the lead here. Oh, he's been denied, and they remain locked together.
Well, that's a good save, but really he should have scored from there. That's a big chance.
Not quite the clearance they were hoping for. Well, threat's over for now. Granit Xhaka. Wirtz. Good movement. Cross fired over, and he knows he must thump it away. Lewandowski. Promising looking ball. Lewandowski. I'm sure nothing came of that. Really clever pressing. Granit Xhaka. Wirtz. Frimpong. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Able to close down the shot. Lewandowski. And Leverkusen come away with it. And Patrick Schick now. Rafinha. Ball back with Leverkusen here. Grimaldo. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski. And Barcelona being afforded too much space, but the danger averted for now. Alex Garcia. A really good pass. Now he must favour the cross. Well, it was never really going to be of concern to the keeper, that one. Dani Olmo. And Leverkusen recovering possession well. So the whistle. Underway then in the second half. And the two teams matching each other just about stride for stride. Pedri. Now with De Jong. Koundé. On to De Jong. Pedri. Rafinha. They've ceded possession, Barca. Jeremy Frimpong. Granit Xhaka. And now Garcia. Alex Garcia. Adli. Garcia with it. Grimaldo. Patient enough build-up. Can they carve out a chance? And Patrick Schick now. Patrick Schick! He's blocked it. Lewandowski. There it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Alex Garcia. Xhaka with it. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Textbook defending inside the box. Dani Olmo. Now perhaps they can counter from here. De Jong. Might be able to get in behind the defence. Just the challenge that was required. Very effective pass. Xhaka with it. Moving the ball forward with purpose. Granit Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. Well, possibilities in the centre. Takes it on. Oh, good hit, close shave. Pedri. And Leverkusen regaining possession. Adli. Tah. Amin Adli. Grimaldo. Sheik with it. And quick thinking defensively. Now can they hit them on the counter? He takes aim. Determined defending. Dani Olmo. Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, from miles out, he's done it. How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique. Wondrous. Tah. Garcia with it. Diaz. Grimaldo. And now Garcia. Sheik. Might be able to produce from this position. Superb block. Just can't get it past them. Nicely timed tackle. Minutes left for play. Good work from Barca to make sure possession changed hands. The clock is against Bayer Leverkusen, but they're still in this. Rafinha trying to open up the defence. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Frimpong. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Grimaldo. Well, the thought process is there, but not the execution. Robert Lewandowski with an incisive pass. And a goal! They lead by 2 now. And that allows them to breathe a bit more easily. Edmond Tapsoba. Grimaldo with it. Tapsoba. Frimpong. Will he play it in? Well, thumped clear. Well, that's all for this game. And this is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello to you, wherever you happen to be. Our action comes to you today from Villa Park. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Aston Villa facing Bayer Leverkusen.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Here's how the lineup looks for Aston Villa. Ezri Konsa starts alongside Tyrone Mings in central defence. Yuri Tielemans plays alongside Boubacar Kamara in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today is Ollie Watkins. The lineup for Bayer Leverkusen. Lukas Hradecky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmond Tapsoba in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Garcia. Amin Adli. Good work from Villa to win it back. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Marco Asensio. Well, he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
Adli. Schick. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
Marco Asensio. Wonderful chance. In it goes. The opening goal in this contest. And the ball rolling again with the scoreline standing at 1-0. Aleix Garcia. Amin Adli. Ronaldo with it. Well, to take it away. Ramsey. Here's Tielemans. Morgan Rogers. Here is Marco Asensio. Ollie Watkins. Well, over the top it goes. He didn't miss by an awful lot. Grimaldo. Garcia. Decisive pass. He's just got to continue his run. And it goes to square the game. What a contest this is turning out to be. Ezri Konsa. Here's Tielemans. And here is Mings. Boubacar Kamara. Konsa. Marco Asensio. Now with Rogers. And they continue to advance. And a lot of options here. What a commitment to defending. Oh, great defending. Grimaldo. And Leverkusen with the ball once more. And there the move will end because it's offside. Close though. And Marco Asensio giving it away. Tielemans. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Schick. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this. And Patrick Schick now. That was going in. Tielemans. Here's Matty Cash. Boubacar Kamara. That's a good ball. It's a fierce effort. Well, the goalkeeper did his job. Didn't really have to work hard, in all honesty. Amin Adli. And a good tackle. Oh, what an opportunity. My goodness, that save. What he stretched he was. One for his own highlight reel. Over it comes. Clearance left a bit to be desired. And the move breaks down. Piero Hincapié. Jeremy Frimpong. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Alex Garcia. And the first half is in the history book. So back underway here into the second half. Grimaldo. Tapsoba. Alex Garcia. Adli. Excellent ball over the top. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. And they find a gap in the defence. Jeremy Frimpong. This looks interesting. It's got to be! Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Is it going to end up being productive for them? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Cheek. Opportunity to go ahead. Well, he didn't miss by an awful lot. Well, he's such a fine all-around footballer, Patrick Schick, and he didn't disappoint in the first half. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. We do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Oh, that's not a good clearance. Oh, big chance. There it is! A fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Boubacar Kamara. Tyrone Mings. It's with Kamara. Here's Tielemans. Marco Asensio. And Cash with it. Boubacar Kamara. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. And quick thinking defensively. Granit Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. Edmond Tapsoba. Frimpong. Granit Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. And options in the centre. Oh, this looks useful. Can he finish? And the penalty has been given here. chance to extend the lead. A goal! Accurate from the spot. Camera. And here is Mings. Tielemans. Ezri Konsa. And here is Mings. Not forcing the issue. Great composure. Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Jeremy Frimpong. Able to get a body in the way. Marco Asensio. Will it happen for them? Nicely timed tackle. Jeremy Frimpong. And a chance to whip it in here. Patrick Schick! Was an important piece of defending. And he clears the danger. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Oh, good-looking run. Well, everyone makes mistakes. It's about how you bounce back from them. Giving it a real go in the wide area. Head over towards the back post. He's got to clatter it away. A concession of a corner here. Not all that convincing defensively. But it just petered out. Marco Asensio. Here's Tielemans. Read it superbly to take back possession. Really good build-up, but no end product. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. He'll have a go here! And the keeper stretching to deny him. And he's fired over the corner and swept off the line. And that is full time, really the worst. tension is palpable, and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about to face each other, and it's anyone's guess how this is going to end up. It's Barcelona. They take on Real Madrid, and it's coming up next on EA TV. Well, you only need to look at the history books to see how close this fixture historically has been. Barcelona at home against Real Madrid on this occasion. I'm Derek Ray. Sitting alongside me here on the gantry is Stuart Robson. And Stuart, this ought to be special.
Well, Derek, this is a magnificent setting for a great rivalry. Let's just hope to see both teams play at their very best today. What an occasion this should be.
And the Barcelona shape looks like this. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. Promising move from Barcelona. Tremendous goal. And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Lucas Vázquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Vinicius Junior starts with Rodrigo out wide. And the main threat in attack today should be Kylian Mbappe. Lucas Vázquez. And Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Real Madrid have given us away. Wonderfully weighted pass. Shape it to shoot. Well, the post got in the way. An amazing piece of goalkeeping.
Well, that's a remarkable save. He just reacted so sharply there.
The clearance wasn't decisive. Good-looking move. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Oh, moving it nicely. Danger still on. Well, threat over for now. Lucas Vázquez. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, when he's playing well, he can unlock any defence. He can manipulate the ball, see a pass and beat defenders. He'll be key today.
Good use of the ball, but can they trouble the defence? Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Valverde. Now with Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And intercepts again. Lewandowski. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, he's certainly not alone. Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Now with Mbappe. Winning back possession. Rafinha. Oh, this looks useful. Rudiger has it. Federico Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Tchouaméni. Real Madrid doing well to regain possession here. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Well, danger here as he runs at them. Fisted away by the goalkeeper. Is it going to be a productive moment for Barcelona? Corner. Could still be dangerous. Well, that's splendid play. Opportunity. Full marks to the keeper.
Well, what a reaction from the goalkeeper. Such a good save in the end.
Disappointing for Barcelona to give it away like that.
Well, just look at those stats. Barcelona have looked so dangerous, but their finishing hasn't matched their build-up play, and that needs to change.
Vinicius Junior. And a good-looking pass. Valverde. Chance to put them in front. And that's a very good parry. Barcelona have given it away. Rodrigo. Has a go. And it's in! 1-0. They've reached the defence. De Jong. Pedri. On to De Jong. Let's fly here. The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Lucas Vázquez. Federico Valverde. Well, he's given it away. Options in the centre. Magnificent defending. And a decent save. Full credit. Over it comes. It might still be problematic. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. And there it is. Well, it is advantage Real after the first 45 minutes, but there's a long way from being settled. Tchouaméni. Now with Bellingham. Lucas Vázquez. And Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. And he takes it away. Dani Olmo. He has teammates around him. And Bellingham. Federico Valverde. And now Rodrigo. Tchouaméni. Jude Bellingham. And Valverde. Bellingham. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Bellingham. Well, the verdict on Kylian Mbappe, in a word, positive.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
And they bought themselves a bit of time. Tchouaméni. Vinicius Junior. Big chance. To push that away from danger. Lucas Vázquez. Jude Bellingham. Bellingham. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Might it be Mbappe? What a vital intervention. The ball back with Real now. Bellingham. Rodrigo. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. Barcelona ceding possession. Tchouaméni. And Valverde. Aurelien Tchouaméni. Rodrigo. That's a good-looking ball. Really important tackle. Lewandowski. Pedri. Return to Lewandowski. Pedri. Lewandowski now. This could be the equaliser. And a goal here. The keeper unable to prevent it. Barcelona on level. Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Room to roam for the Merengues here. Superb block. Pedri. Now with De Jong. Koundé. Pedri. Mbappe. Lewandowski. Barcelona on the attack in the closing moments. Still level here. Couldn't get it through. Barcelona corner. Will they be able to cash in on it? Mendy. Kylian Mbappe is with Vinicius Junior. And it will be a free kick to Real Madrid. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Oh, they've done it! They've forged ahead, and it might be the goal that gives them victory. Inigo Martinez. On to De Jong. And it's with Inigo Martinez. Pedri. Koundé. Frankie de Jong. Rafinha. Barcelona fighting against this overall situation. What can they... Well, the post getting in the way there. Well, they can bring it out now. Rudiger. And the referee brings this match to an end. Not to... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and the fans are pouring into the stadium. The tension palpable. It's Barcelona. They take on Athletic Bilbao and it's live on EA TV. Hello from the Catalan capital and one of the world's great cities, Barcelona. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Barcelona, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
And the Barcelona shape looks like this. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. And a look at the lineup for Athletic Bilbao. Unai Simon plays in goal. De Marcos plays with Yuri Berchiche in the fullback positions. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. And easily intercepted. Sunset. And pure instinct from the keeper.
Well, a top-class reaction from a top-class goalkeeper. Brilliant stuff.
It might still be problematic. Well, threat over for now. Inigo Martinez. Dani Olmo with it. Lewandowski. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. Just straying offside. Sunset. Teammates in the middle. A really meat and drink to the keeper under the circumstances. Individual brilliance. Moving the ball more than decently, but can they take the lead? They're trying to get right into his face. And space here on the flank. And it's played into the centre. Just knocked it out of there. Koundé. A tidy ball. Lewandowski. And a shooting chance for Lewandowski. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. A very effective challenge put in. Nico Williams. Well, they're on the scent of something positive. And a fine cross. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Alex Balde. Lewandowski. Crossing possibilities. Fluency of movement. Can they nudge in front? Yuri Berchiche. Sunset. Promising position this. Could be. And there it is. The opening goal. 1-0. And they'll feel they deserve it. Koundé. Inigo Martinez. Balde. Dani Olmo. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position. He'll have a go here. Trying to deliver it accurately. Not quite the clearance they were hoping for. Couldn't get it through. And it's Barcelona's turn now. Rafinha. Oh, danger here. This could square the game. And that's exactly what has transpired. Now, that could be a massive turning point, and momentum is with them. Vivian. De Marcos. Danny Vivian. Sunset. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Koundé. Here's Rafinha. Inigo Martinez. Jules Koundé on the ball. Advantage Barcelona. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded. A deft clearance. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. De Jong. That is that. And so the second half gets underway. Almost a case of the two teams saying to each other, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. Balde. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. Now with de Jong. Good looking move. Pedri. Alex Balde. And nicely struck. No way through. De Marcos. And quick thinking defensively. Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. A chance to whip it in. Will it happen for them? Chance to put them in front. And pure instinct from the keeper.
Well, a top-class reaction from a top-class goalkeeper. Brilliant stuff.
A bit short with the clearance. Well, threat over for now.
Well, the fans are going mad here. They think that was a penalty.
Well, dazzling Dani Olmo, I think we might say, based on the first half performance. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, he's certainly got his team back into this game with that goal. Because up to that point, they hadn't played particularly well. I think he's had a decent first half, but he'll be looking to build on his goal in the second 45.
Opportunity to deliver the cross. Good piece of defending. Alex Balde. And it might be. Must be. Oh yes! It's gone in! And now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Ruiz de Galarreta. It's with Williams. Williams. Is it going to end up being productive for them. Rafinha. Effective piece of pressing. Williams. It's with Williams. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
Well, he's given it away. Williams. Now, who can he play it to? Williams. And defensive play to be applauded. High pressing at its best. Rafinha. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Pedri. Alex Balde. And Lewandowski in the thick of things. Managed to get it out of there. Yuri Bertice. Bertice. It should be. Just couldn't get it through. Time is not on the side. This corner could help their prospects as they look for an equaliser. Still a chance. Unable to get a body in the way. Short corner taken. He cuts it back. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Balde. Well, a poor pass it was. No getting away from it. Throw in here. Williams. There might very well be late excitement. 5 minutes left, and the margin just 1. Well, possibilities in the centre. Well, he almost headed it in. Frankie de Jong.
Well, these Barca fans are certainly playing their part here. The noise inside this stadium has been incredible. Surely they're going to hang on now.
Crossed in the direction of the back post. And a simple clearance, a good one. Dani Olmo. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Throw in here for Barcelona. Crossing opportunity. Clattered away. And that will be all for this game. Invariably one of the highlights of any season. The stage is set here in Catalonia for what should be a special encounter. It's Barcelona versus Atletico Madrid. My name is Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary, as always on these big occasions, is Stuart Robson. Stuart, what should we be looking forward to seeing in this one?
Well, we've got two very good teams, a great atmosphere, but different styles. One team very good at defending, the other team great attack inside. Who will impose their style on the other? This is going to be interesting.
Super tackle, and they've won possession. And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. In the centre. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. Trying to deliver it accurately. And just wide. There really wasn't much in that at all. And this is the starting lineup for Atletico. Jan Oblak gets the nod in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez plays along. Oh, magnificent save!
Well, he's just pulled off a great save there. What reaction from the goalkeeper that was.
And not an attempt he'll be terribly proud of. Dani Olmo. Maybe not quite warmed up.
Well, that should have been the opener. He has to hit the target from there.
Alvarez. Abigalan. Longley. Samuel Lino. Effective challenge. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Well, it's all about passing as they try to hit the front. And just like that, they don't have the ball anymore. Samuel Lino. De Paul. And that is how to beat your opponent. Plenty of support here. Distributing it well. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here?
Well,
oh, my goodness! What an outrageous hit! I can't believe he took it on from there, and neither can the goalkeeper. Rafinha. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. An encouraging move from Barca. And it wasn't a taxing save. Atletico might fancy their chances from this position. Samuel Lino. Failure to keep the ball by Barca. And he's clear as lines. Again, Barcelona couldn't keep it. Griezmann gets himself into the attacking third with the ball at his feet. And quick thinking defensively. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski now. This could square the game. Oh, but no! Heroism flashed in front of his eyes. Couldn't take a chance.
Well, I think that's a poor miss. They really should be level now. Will they come to regret that?
Samuel Lino. Longley. Now Griezmann. Was spot on with that challenge. Barcelona have lost possession. Lewandowski. Good work from Barcelona to win it back. Dani Olmo. Pedri. Plenty of support here. It's a perfect challenge. De Paul. It was a menacing attack, but tidied up. Well, the managers will now deliver their... Underway again. Barcelona trailing going into the second half. Can they come up with the right response? Frenkie de Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Alex Balde. Koundé. Pedri. Balde. Pedri. Alex Balde. They've regained possession. It's an excellent looking attack, courtesy of Griezmann here. And no way through. Ball lost by Barcelona once more. Well, again it breaks down for them. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Going for the chip. Oh, how about that for a chip? Savour it. Pure brilliance. Rodrigo de Paul. Looking for the right moment for that final pass. De Paul. A lot of momentum to this Atletico attack. And he has players waiting at the back post. He brings it down, but work to do. And fine goalkeeping. Rafinha. On to de Jong. Frenkie de Jong. Dani Olmo with it. The cross not sufficiently well played in. Barcelona in their quest to take the lead might be helped out by this corner.
Well, this is a big moment, and don't these fans know it?
And the shot was always rising. Goal kick. Longley. They've given it away. Can they get in behind them? Here's Rafinha. Went in strongly, decisively. Advantage Atletico. De Paul. Griezmann. Jimenez. De Paul. Now Griezmann. Might be onto something with that ball. Well, let's see about the cross. Griezmann. Chance for the leveller. Oh, not to be! Stopping a certain goal. Koundé. Onto de Jong. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Dani Olmo. Koundé. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Running with the ball confidently. Oh, great attacking play. Oh, tremendous reflex action there from the keeper.
Well, he didn't have long to react, did he? But that's a top-class save, I have to say.
And a super header. It looked as though it might be going in. Atletico Madrid know they're not going to get too many more chances. Time is a factor. And nicely over the top.
Well, Barca are nearly there, and their fans know it. Just listen to the support they're giving their team. Not long left now.
What to like about that pass? Oh, this is looking promising. Vital intervention. If they can score again from this corner, it probably would be the end of the story. There's left a bit to be desired. Lewandowski. Not quite the accuracy he was looking for. That'll be a goal kick. And so into the final 5 minutes. Has a go! Ball is loose. Teammate in support. And a very good challenge.
Well, they've certainly given it a go in the final stages, but Atletico have just fallen short here, and time is running out for them. Mind you, it was a great save by the goalkeeper.
Well, attacks are plenty, but now defensive resilience is what's called for. Alex Balde. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Well, I must say, no shortage of space for Barcelona. And there goes the final whistle. It ends in defeat for... The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. It is true to say there's no love lost between these two sides, Real Madrid and Barcelona. And today they find themselves on a collision course here at the Bernabeu. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position. Sitting alongside me, ready to provide expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. Stuart, it's a privilege to be here.
Well, it certainly is, Derek. This is a bitter rivalry between two of Europe's best, and I just can't wait for this one. It should be an absolute classic.
And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Vinicius Junior starts. In it goes! That will do nicely for starters. First goal of the game. Rudiger. Now with Bellingham. Federico Valverde. It's with Vinicius Junior. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. Pedri. On to De Jong. And Iñaki Peña has it now. Pedri. Now with De Jong. Very effective passing sequence. And a wild attempt from distance. Not one for the highlight reel, Stuart.
Well, that's a waste. He had much better options there.
Rodrigo. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. And Real's creative tendencies coming to the fore. Can they square the game? The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Koundé. Pedri. Well, the defending needed to be a bit more switched on than that. Oh, could have given them an even healthier advantage.
Well, it's a good effort to extend their lead, but the game's still in the balance here.
And Barca have it back. Inigo Martinez. Dani Olmo. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Here's Mbappe. Oh, lovely weighted ball. They might be in. Valverde. Interception to snuff out the danger. And he has options available. And he's broken free. And it's in! Beyond the goalkeeper. Real Madrid are level. Dani Olmo. Balde. Dani Olmo with it. An encouraging move from Barca. Chance to play it in. Keeping the ball moving. Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. Not a very complicated catch for the keeper. Federico Valverde. Lucas Vázquez. Bellingham. And Valverde. Jude Bellingham. Rodrigo. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. Oh, could be an opportunity here. It's with Vinicius Junior. Good work from Barcelona to win it back. Rafinha. For attacking possibilities. He has time to play it over. Happy to take on the shot. That is how to keep it out of the net. And that is that. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Rudiger. Chouameni. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Koundé. And it's with Íñigo Martínez. Pedri. Now with De Jong. Moving the ball really well here. And teammates to play it to. Koundé. Koundé. Can he put them in front? And you've got to credit that magnificent piece of defending. Chouameni. Well, the verdict's on Kylian Mbappe. In a word, positive.
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
They're relying very much on their passing game in a bid to take the lead. Well, possibilities in the centre. And into the last 30 minutes now. Will it be? And a goal! That's his brace! They just can't keep him quiet! Dani Olmo. Now with De Jong. Dani Olmo with it. Pedri. Alex Balde. Pedri. Now with De Jong. Creative look about this. Can he play it in? There to win it back. Lewandowski. Can they convert? Pivotal moment defensively.
Chouameni. Mendy.
Could be a chance to break here. And the Real corner, hungry for more. Could still be dangerous. Danny Olmo. It's a fine piece of attacking play from Lewandowski, and he has teammates to give it to. Opportunity. Keeper getting the touch. Oh, chance taken. There is opportunism for you, but a disappointed goalkeeper.
Chouameni. And Valverde. Mendy. Jude Bellingham. Here's Valverde. Rudiger. And now Rodrigo. Chouameni.
Real Madrid have given it away.
Balde. Inigo Martinez. Koundé. And level it is in the waning moments. Can Barcelona change that situation?
They do pass the ball with authority. Well, there's the fullback. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Vinicius.
On to Mendy.
And Bellingham. Now with Vinicius Junior. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. What a perfect ball now. How about this? And that miss might come back to haunt them.
Well, what a chance to win the game. He just lacked composure, didn't he?
Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. Lucas Vasquez. Bellingham. Still level. Real Madrid continue to look for what could be a winner. Valverde. Good effort here. And so the referee... What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and the fans are pouring into the stadium. The tension palpable. It's Athletic Bilbao and they take on Barcelona. It's coming up live next on EA TV.
Hello, wherever you're watching from the Spanish Basque region. This is the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And we're focusing on, technically speaking, one of the best leagues in the world. I'm talking, of course, about La Liga. It's Athletic Bilbao versus Barcelona.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
Well, let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup. Unai Simon plays in goal. Yuri Berchiche starts with De Marcos in the fullback positions. Oh, a fantastic save! But the offside flag has gone up and it grinds to a halt. Inigo Martinez. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. You can sense the threat is there. Options in the centre. It's been aimed towards the front post. Well, threat averted. Yuri Berchiche. Williams. Nicely timed tackle. Ruiz de Galarreta. Well, that's how to beat your opponent. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. The danger averted thanks to his teammate. Well, they have the advantage. That's good refereeing. That's the challenge that was required. Alex Balde. Oh, tremendous vision. Oh, magnificent save!
Well, he's just pulled off a great save there. What reaction from the goalkeeper that was.
Wonderful block. Well, it's one block after another. Williams. Committed challenge. On the offensive. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Room to manoeuvre on the wing. Who can he pick out? Oh, that's a really good run. In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. And Barcelona get things going again. A wake-up call for them, perhaps. Koundé. On to de Jong. Inigo Martinez. Jules Koundé on the ball. Now with de Jong. Koundé. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Pedri. De Jong. Moving it forward. Alex Balde. Decides to shoot. Strong hand on that one. De Marcos. Sunset. Tremendous block. Another play for an Athletic Club throw-in. Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. And quick thinking defensively.
could be troublesome. And it nestles in the back of the net. Barca on level. Vivian. Ruiz de Galarreta. Verchiche with it. Williams. Promising attack this. And let's give credit to the defending. Pedri. Balde. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Easy save. De Marcos. Nico Williams. Koundé. And that's going to... So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Pedri. On to De Jong. Pedri. Balde. Pedri. Jules Koundé on the ball. Alex Balde. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Dani Olmo. And a fine stop to turn the ball away.
Well, Barcelona are playing well. They're creating lots of chances, and they do look a constant threat. But they now need to make it count.
Robert Lewandowski illuminating in the first half of this game, Stuart.
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Dani Olmo. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. He might be able to profit from the wide position. Now sliding in field. Williams. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And Barcelona being afforded too much space. Will he find the net? Oh, yes! A goal! Exactly what they were looking for, and he's come up with it. Ruiz de Galarreta. And there to intercept. De Jong. A very effective challenge put in. Rafinha. Now with De Jong. Pedri. On attacking possibilities. Oh, tremendous vision. Oh, the keeper made it look routine. It was anything but.
So a corner for Barca. What can they do with it? The delivery. Did well to clear it away. And into the last 20 minutes. And take it away. Dani Olmo. Inigo Martinez. And possession lost by Barcelona. Well, possibilities in the centre. Williams. Nico Williams. No degree of difficulty at all for the keeper. And easily cut out in the end. Pedri. Nice weight on the pass. This looks interesting. Williams. Not testing the keeper at all with that effort. Well, approaching full time, and this is wearing the look of mission impossible for the home side, Stuart.
Well, it's been a tight match, but they haven't done quite enough going forward, in my view. It's all been a bit too predictable. A lot of passing, but not enough penetration. They have to get crosses into the box in these final few minutes if they want to get anything out of this.
That's a good-looking ball. Oh, it's in! And that might be the goal that clinches it for them. No looking back now, surely. Sunset. Berchiche with it. Comes to nothing in the end. Williams! And saved by the keeper. Now sending it in. Well, not quite accurate enough.
Well, his movement was good, he attacked it well, but he just got underneath it.
Well, a good tackle. All over the top, and an easy one for the keeper. No mistake by the keeper. Well, they couldn't take advantage of the opportunity. And that is that, very satisfying. Counting down to kick-off here at the Metropolitano in Madrid. And this should be a game that carries considerable resonance. Atletico Madrid at home to Barcelona. We'll have every kick of the ball for you live right here on EA TV.
It's always a great privilege to be here in the Spanish capital, Madrid, and especially so when Atletico take on Barcelona. My name is Derek Ray, and my co-commentator on this occasion is Stuart Robson. Stuart, what should we be looking out for today?
Well, Derek, I'm always intrigued by this game. Two teams with totally different philosophies, so this should be a very good contest.
And this is the starting lineup for Atletico. Jan Oblak stands between the posts. Jose Maria Jimenez plays alongside Clément Lenglet in central defence. And they're going with two strikers. Julian Alvarez plays alongside Antoine Griezmann. Comfortable on the ball, moving it forward here, Atletico. Atletico get the free kick decision their way. Starting 11 for Barcelona. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield, and the starting role in attack today is handed to Robert Lewandowski. And teammates to play it to. Oh, surely! Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Alvarez. Oh, splendid skill. It needs an accurate cross. And you need your defender to take charge. Breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Lino. Certainly making attacking inroads, Atletico Madrid. But what can they do from this position? He read the situation defensively and did his job. Could be dangerous. Nicely blocked. Failure to keep the ball by Barca. Oh, the threat is there. Trying to place that one, didn't get it quite right though. Lewandowski. Looking for the final pass that will open things up. And still trying to get the shot off. Can he play it in? Oh, it's off the woodwork.
Well, what a good effort that was. He didn't have much to aim for, did he? So unlucky, really.
Throw in for Atletico. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann gets himself into the attacking third with the ball at his feet. Rafinha. And back with Lewandowski. Really good build-up, but no end product. Good-looking move. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. It's a weighted pass. Well, a powerful effort, but he couldn't quite keep the shot down. And that's an important intervention.
There is the goal to open the scoring. Who can say they don't deserve to be in front?
Lewandowski. Oh, commanding goalkeeping. Trying to pick out a teammate. Not the result from the set piece they were looking for. And pressing from the front. Javi Galan. Here's Alvarez. And a long way out. He's gone and found the net! Brilliant piece of finishing! Magnificent goal! Koundé. Pedri. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. De Jong. Pedri. Onto de Jong. Pedri. And a long way out here. Well, it's ended up being easier for the goalkeeper in the end. Griezmann. Rodrigo de Paul. They've regained possession. And so it is, the first half. And underway again. Barca left with a real mountain to climb in the second half. Koundé. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Pedri. Onto de Jong. Koundé. Frankie de Jong. Alex Balde. Pedri. Relying on their passing game in a bid to get themselves back into it. Dani Olmo. Nice looking move this. Can't miss, surely. Not to be, and still chasing this game.
Well, that was the chance to get back into this. As it is, they're going to struggle now.
Griezmann. And space to cross it. Well, this could really help the cause. And the challenge, crisp and clean. Alvarez. And quick thinking defensively. Now counter-attacking possibilities. And he's broken free. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Oh, moving it nicely. Griezmann. He has teammates around him. But the danger averted for now. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Pedri. Lewandowski. Rodrigo de Paul. Distributing it well. Good work from Barca to make sure possession changed hands. Outdoing his opponent. Feeding it through. And what a magical save it was! Played in by Griezmann. What an important piece of defending. Frankie de Jong. De Jong. Lewandowski now.
And the shot. His fans won't tire of seeing that again. Oblak with the save. And over comes the corner. And striking the post. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Lewandowski. Just cutting off the supply. Alvarez. Atletico might be able to cash in here. He can't hold on to it. And a very good challenge. And a corner for Atletico. A good-looking ball. He succeeds in clearing it. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. Griezmann. There's eyes for goal. And a goal! A running riot here, almost out of sight. And the pass deftly cut out. Griezmann. Really getting stuck in. Now what can they do from here? And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. And Barcelona winning the ball back. Vital interception. The danger was very real. Effective piece of pressing. And support available. Oh, skipping away. And his teammate got him out of trouble. Pedri. Well, a good tackle. And they could do damage. What a shame that he couldn't find the target from there. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. The referee blows his whistle for full time and Barca. Mental fortitude and technical excellence. Both qualities will be pivotal. Excitement in the Amsterdam air as we get ready for a big night of football at the arena in this great city. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me as usual is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. Stuart, tell us about your pre-match thoughts.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, plenty of attacking width in this 4-3-3, but they'll need to get their midfield players to join the centre forward as much as possible. If not, he'll become isolated.
Can they forge ahead? Stopped a certain goal.
Timely intervention. Attacking possibilities for Ajax. And in the end, he's run out of space. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, when he's playing well, he can unlock any defence. He can manipulate the ball, see a pass and beat defenders. He'll be key today.
Good work from Ajax to win back possession.
And still trying to get the shot off.
Delightful pass. And now waiting to pounce.
In it goes! The opening goal in this contest.
Well, back underway, and 1-0 it is. Let's see what happens next. Henderson. Klaassen. It's with Berghuis. Henderson has it. Taylor. What can Ajax do from this position? It looked as though it had a chance of going in for the equaliser.
It was close, it was a decent effort, just need to keep plugging away now, and surely the goal will come.
The switch of play now. Chiquinho. Still ahead by a goal, and moving the ball with purpose.
Has eyes for goal! An alert reaction to tip it over.
Delivering it.
And both hands on it, good goalkeeping.
Berghuis. Given away by Ajax. Chiquinho. El Khabi. And defensive play to be applauded. Chiquinho. And teammates around him. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Taylor. Henderson has it. Well, this could really help the cause. Oh, the keeper made it look routine. It was anything but. So Ajax trailing, and looking for inspiration from this corner. Good piece of defending. Gelson Martins. Hanging on to the ball in this fashion suits them. Martins. Oh, great attacking play. Is this the moment? And a goal! That's his brace! They just can't keep it quiet. Taylor. Klaassen has it. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson. Klaassen. Berghuis. And return to Berghuis. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Giving the ball away. El Khabi. Ajax pushing forward with options available. Lost possession. Can he play it in? And cutting inside. Splendid defending. Intercepting it intelligently. Chiquinho. Ayoub El Khabi. So the whistle. So back in business, the second half underway. The difficulties for Ajax were there for all to see in the first half. How do they respond now? Klaassen. Henderson has it. Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Well, it's attractive football, but they need effective football. They need a goal. Well, that was an opportunity to get themselves back into this contest.
Well, it's a chance, yes, and one they needed to take. They're struggling here, no doubt about that.
Carmo. Gelson Martins. Rexos. Offside the decision. Well, great read there to intercept. Well, this would help them get back into the game. Palmed away by the keeper. No strong hand on the ball. Gelson Martins. Could be threatening. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Chiquinho. Well, the counter chance looks very real. And very deftly cut out. Now can they make something happen? Firing it towards goal! Decent effort there.
Well, he has such good technique. He really did hit that well. He certainly came close there.
And into the last 30 minutes now. Berghuis. Excellent defending. Ayoub El Khabi. And in possession, Chiquinho. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Very quick thinking there. Getting forward. Can he get one back? What a vital intervention.
Well, this has to be their way back into the game. The crowd are certainly playing their part.
Did well to clear it away. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Chiquinho. Oh, good use of the ball. But then the one that fails to hit its target. Brian Brobby. Taylor. Well, very effective play in possession. And danger averted. Well read. Oh, great attacking play. Got to it easily, the keeper. And that's an important intervention. And no way through. Big chance! Still could be dangerous. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Brobby. Takes the shot! Couldn't quite finish.
Well, if they can just get one, it will certainly make it interesting.
10 minutes to go. Chiquinho. Trying to open up the defence. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
And just over the bar. Really good effort. Ortega. Here's Gelson Martins. Chiquinho. They need to get tighter. Ajax regaining possession here. Has eyes for goal! Well, it wasn't quite as dangerous as I thought it might be. Brian Brobby. And quick thinking defensively. Well, just over the crossbar. Excellent effort. Gelson Martins. Possession one. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. It's there for him! And pushed away to safety. And there goes the final whistle. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Excitement here in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. What might we see today, Stuart?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. And here's the Roma starting 11.
Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And the tactical configuration has two players in attack from the very outset. Klaassen. Henderson has it. Moving the ball effectively, looking for the right moment. But then the one that goes astray. Shomurodov. And it's played into the centre. Not too fussy in clearing his lines. Berghuis. Can he finish? Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. Fired over by Henderson. Ndika. Eldor Shomurodov. He's showing a real will to win the ball. Henderson. Berghuis. Electing to cross into the centre. And just wide. There really wasn't much in that at all. Ndika. Artem Dovbyk. And they have possession again. Henderson. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. Making use of his physical strength to hang on to it. And tremendous individual skill. Paredes. Oh, he's gone for goal. A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Really well played pass. Well, he's given us away. Paredes. Plenty of support here. Is this the moment? What a lovely strike! Lethal piece of finishing, drilled home with true conviction. Tremendous goal. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. And Mancini on the ball. Angelino. It's with Paredes. Brian Cristante. Dovbyk. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Delightful pass. Good looking cross. And the danger is averted. And nearing the break, Ajax hold the edge. Good time for an assessment of what you've seen from them in this first 45.
Yes, they've defended really well all over the pitch. Their work rate and discipline has been excellent. But any drop in tempo and this lead could easily slip away.
Klaassen.
Ajax in a position of menace. Oh, that's an interesting pass. Oh, it's in! A two-goal cushion now, and the lead fully merited. Angelino. Kone. And now with Angelino. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Klassen. Henderson has it. Taylor. And the manager. Well, back underway, and Ajax very much on top up to now. Will there be a response in the second 45? Kenneth Taylor. Klassen has it. Henderson. Here's Berghuis. And will the cross work out for them? And putting paid to the danger. And intercepts again. Teammates available. And blocked for now. Berghuis. Crossed into the penalty area. Not the best clearance. Crossing possibilities. And that will be a corner. And tasked with taking it, Henderson. That's a good-looking ball. Well, moving the ball around nicely as they try to get themselves back within a goal. And did just enough defensively. Scope to attack here for Ajax. Eldor Shomurodov. Kone. Well, he's certainly not alone. But really sticking to their task defensively. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Brobbey. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. And there the move ends for now. Dovbik. Given away by Ajax. Now what can they do from here? Magnificent defending. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Well, the counter chance looks very real. And almost the ideal counter-attack, but no reward in the end.
Well, breathtaking football, but not the finish to match.
Well, when you have the lead, you can play in this manner, keeping the ball like this. Klassen. It is a decent-looking attack here. And a decent delivery. Just needs to resolve the danger. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Can they keep it going? Well, nothing productive, really. Well, time is of some concern. Can they level matters? Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Nice-looking pass. Dovbik. Could be threatening. Is it going to be? A goal! Sheer excitement! Level again here! Chutalo. Well, here they are, on the attack. Can they go on and win the game? Klaassen. High quality defending. And having a go! Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Well, very effective goalkeeping to touch it over. Well, you just never know about chances near the end. You've got to be opportunistic. Will this corner do it? Angelino is with Paredes. Kone. Shomurodov. And now with Angelino. It looks promising. Angelino. Eldor Shomurodov. And the referee blows. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football. Hello and welcome to Amsterdam. We're in position here at the Johan Cruyff Arena. My name is Derek Ray and my commentary partner as usual is Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say with good reason. It's Ajax taking on Manchester United.
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully we're not disappointed.
De Ligt. Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And here's the lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Nusair Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire in central defence. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack.
Has eyes for goal! Oh, denied by the post. Well, threat averted.
Well, United have started brightly. Some of their players been really good. Unlucky not to have the lead here.
Taylor. Ryan Brobby. Ajax looking dangerous. A disappointing end to the move. Good idea. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Rasmus Højlund. Bruno Fernandes has it. Can he convert? And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Brian Brobby. Getting in there to intercept. Individual brilliance. Well, let's see about the cross. And well positioned to clear. Good visualisation and execution. Real chance. And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. De Ligt. Christian Eriksen now. Ugarte. Mazraoui with it. Bruno Fernandes has it. Harry Maguire now. Rasmus Højlund. And return to Fernandes. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Decent position. Berghuis. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Bruno Fernandes has it. Harry Maguire now. Højlund. Clean challenge. And nicely over the top. Ajax unable to hang on to it. Decent position this for United to find themselves in. Well, trying to probe, but not succeeding. Looking for that final pass and for that chance to level the game. Well, it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Excellent vision. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Corner to Ajax as they try to press home their advantage. Wonderfully weighted pass. It needs an accurate cross. This could level it. And it is the equaliser. Parity now. And who's to say what's going to happen next? Taylor. Klaassen has it. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Well, it's a very attractive passing sequence. Klaassen. And he read it well defensively. Maguire. Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes has it. Well, using the space really well, but now can they push on? And the whistle is sounded for... And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen has it. Who can he pick out? No spillage from the goalkeeper. Routine. Encouraging stuff from United. Robbie. And passing it through. Well, it didn't worry the keeper. Bruno Fernandes has it. Might be a chance to break. All hands on deck. And Manchester United might be able to profit here. Corner it is. A disappointing effort, making the keeper's life a bit too easy.
Well, I've been impressed with United's general play. They've passed it well, they've had some good movement, and they've created numerous chances, as you can see. But their finishing just hasn't been good enough.
Well read to put an end to that attack. Rasmus Højlund. Might lead to a chance. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Good vision. Can he get onto this? A smart stop here. Bruno Fernandes has it. And Ajax struggling to keep the ball. Could be troublesome, and having a go! And the keeper stretching to deny him. Trying to pick out a teammate. Could still be dangerous. And the move breaks down. Robbie. United doing well to regain possession. Manuel Ugarte. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Decent looking pass. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. A long way from the perfect pass. Klaassen. It's with Berghuis. It was a menacing attack, but tidied up. Able to skip past his man. Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson has it. Josip Schutalo. 15 minutes left for play. Well, showing good patience. This could square the game. Well, last gasp defending, but brilliant defending. More than decent this from United. Pressing like that will help the cause.
Well, this game is far from over. They'll probably get one more big chance before the end. The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to that
noise. In a decent position now. Can he do it? Late drama here. Level once more. Incredible scenes. Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes has it. 5 minutes of the 90 still to go, and the teams cannot be separated. Manuel Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes has it. Manchester United venture forward. Do they have a winning goal in their future? Really good build-up, but no end product. And teammates around him. Schutalo. Berghuis. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Must take the lead here. Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. And with that, the 90 minutes have come to it. What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been... And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. Stuart, what are your expectations for today?
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
The lineup then for the hosts.
Well, in this shape, if their wide players stay high up the pitch and get enough of the ball, it's a very attacking lineup. But if they drop too deep, they will then leave the centre forward isolated, and it could be difficult for them.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Well, doesn't get away with it. Free kick given. Chiquinho. El Kabi. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Ajax pushing forward with options available. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, he has many attributes, but he's at his most dangerous when crossing the ball. He really does deliver a good cross.
El Kabi. Might be able to get in behind the defence. And he's lost custody of the ball here. Well, on you go, says the referee. Advantage. Crucial piece of defending. An inability to keep hold of the ball there. Outrageously skillful. Now relying very much on their passing game in a bid to take the lead. And pushed away to safety. Henderson. Poor attempt at a pass, really. Spot on with that tackle. Brian Brobby. To the task. Jordan Henderson with it. And not the best clearance. Happy to shoot. And a goal! Now they have their opener. And now they can celebrate. Retsos. David Carmo. And in possession, Chiquinho. Gelson Martins. Now there to intercept. Taylor. Klaassen has it. Well, they keep working away, looking for passing lanes. His opponent in the nick of time. Effective piece of pressing. Chiquinho. Ayoub El Kabi went in strongly to win the ball.
Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Skipping away. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Steven Berghuis. And in the right position to read it. Plenty of room in the wide area. Oh, moving it nicely. Well, the referee was happy with the challenge. It's got to be! Save, but still a chance. And a chance to level it. Tremendous defending to stonewall him. And with that, the first half draws to... Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. David Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. Chiquinho. Henderson. Intercepting it intelligently. Is it going to be? Oh, not to be! Stopping a certain goal. He's lost it. Ayoub El-Kadi. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he played well, I thought. When he had the ball, he made the right decisions, and he certainly affected the game.
And it's opening up. And a goal to really bolster things for them. Two in front. Gelson Martins. And in possession, Chiquinho. Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this. Gelson Martins. El-Kadi. And intercepted it. Kenneth Taylor. Ayoub El-Kadi. Perfect tackle. Steven Berghuis. Taylor. Henderson. And Ajax exploiting the space on the flank.
And possession lost there. Unable to keep it again, Ajax. El Kadi. Oh, that's splendid play. Martins. Showing patience as they look for a way back into this. Now this could really lift spirits. And a goal! Not over just yet. Josip Šutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Aston has it. Well, by playing keep ball like this, they're keeping the opposition at bay. Henderson. Aston has it. Steven Berghuis. Henderson has it. Aston. Could cross it in here. Able to deal with the threat. Five minutes remaining, and one thing is certain, no one is leaving because it's still close.
Well, just listen to this crowd. They want a bit more. They know there's still plenty of time to find an equaliser. Surely they get another chance, maybe two.
Working so hard to win back possession. Chiquinho. They are making headway, but really they need a goal with time not on their side. Well, there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. And there goes the final win.
Kick-off is nearing, and there is increasing excitement inside the stadium. Who has the ingredients necessary for victory? What will be the other storylines out there on the pitch? We're on the cusp of finding out.
Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. Stuart, how do you see this one going?
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Attacking possibilities for Ajax. Firing it towards goal! Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. And here's the Roma starting 11. Evan Ndika plays alongside Gianluca Mancini in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And it's two strikers up front who will look to provide the goal-scoring threat. And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. And a chance to whip it in here. Goalkeeper doing a job, getting the touch. Who's going to get on the end of it? And the danger is still there. Corner once more. Well, it wasn't the easiest header to control, but still he'll be a bit disappointed. Ndika. And now with Angelino. And Mancini on the ball. Angelino. Guadio Kone. Good movement. Paredes. Just cutting off the supply. Might be able to get in behind the defence. How to play then. Ajax throw coming up. Crossing into the middle, and he knows he must dump it away. Brian Cristante. Paredes. Eldor Shomurodov. And options in the centre. Chance to put them in front. And wouldn't he love to have that opportunity back?
Well, that should be 1-0, but that's not a good finish, is it?
Klaassen. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Ajax in a position of menace. Eldor Shomurodov. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Taylor. Henderson has it. Klaassen. Roma recovering possession well. Brian Cristante. High quality defending. He has teammates around him. Oh, good looking run. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Klaassen. Taylor. Making progress. He has time to play it over. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. Good-looking move. And cutting in from the flank. But they took care of the situation defensively. Klaassen. Brian Cristante. Really good build-up, but no end product. And so it is. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Ndika is with Paredes. Kone. Paredes. And now with Angelino. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Brian Cristante. Well, high marks for that pass. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Paredes. Guadio Kone. Angelino. Oh, he's through here. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen has it. Henderson. Given away by Ajax. Schutalo. Klaassen has it. Taylor. Klaassen. Henderson has it. Robbie. Henderson. Klaassen. It's with Berghuis. What can Ajax do from this position? Kenneth Taylor. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Brian Cristante. And the referee spotted the foul, but has played advantage. Who can he pick out? This looks interesting. Can he take advantage? And did just enough defensively. And the referee has given the corner, so maybe scope here for them to add to their lead. And the danger clear. Henderson. Robbie. And danger averted. Well read. Paredes. Here's Cristante. Looking for a teammate. And it's gone in! Just what the doctor ordered. Things looking very bright for them now with this buffer. Brian Brobby. Taylor. Henderson has it. Berghuis. Klassen. Able to skip past his man. And the cross goes in. Making sure nothing came of it. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Guadio Kone. Can they get in behind them? Well, not coming close to hitting the target from there. Robbie. It looks promising. Klassen. An alert piece of defending. Well, not too fussy about where he sent the ball, and it will be a throw-in. And teammates to play it to. And a goal! They've cut into the lead! It's not settled yet! Mancini. Ndika. Well, when you can keep the ball like this, it's got to be really annoying for the opposition. And so into the final 5 minutes. Angelino. A chance to whip it in. Well, showing a willingness at least to take it on.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that was the right option. It's way off target as well.
Henderson. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have 1 additional minute. Artem Dovbyk. And there goes the final whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. The floodlights are shining down on the players here at Old Trafford in Manchester. I'm Derek Ray, and with me here on the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It is Manchester United up against Ajax.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
And here's the lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Harry Maguire plays with Noussair Mazraoui in the fullback positions. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Possession ceded by United. It's a neat move. He's in with a chance. Terrific save. Danger here as he runs at them. Robbie. And he's through here. Oh, how about that for a chip? Savoury, pure brilliance. Bruno Fernandes has it. Manuel Ugarte. Now De Ligt. Very quick thinking there. Kenneth Taylor. Now he must favour the cross. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. United doing well to regain possession. Bruno Fernandes. And nicely parried away.
Well, United should be level now, but that was a fantastic stop from the keeper. He's just kept his team in front here.
Well, attacks are plenty, but now defensive resilience is what's called for. And it's a penalty. The referee points to the spot, and it's going from bad to worse. And a chance for 2-0. And confidently converted. 2-0 here, and the ball is moving again. Christian Eriksen now. Mazraoui. Patient enough build-up. Can they carve out a chance? My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Played over. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Not the best clearance. No defensive resilience there. Henderson. And United regaining possession here. Taylor.
Would the owner of the red car obstructing the main entrance please...
Couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here.
Thank you.
United could get in behind the defence. And a corner kick, the referee's verdict. And played short.
Well, they haven't seen too many chances, but the crowd sensing this could be a turning point. They need a goal here.
Taylor. Henderson has it. Kenneth Taylor. And a long way out here. Well, the shot seemed like a good option, but goalkeeper's ball. Rasmus Højlund. And it might be a favourable situation, this, for Manchester United. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Rasmus Højlund. Josip Šutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Henderson. Šutalo. Happy just to retain the ball in their own half and draw out the opposition. And that will do it. So the ball rolling again, and no sugarcoating it. There was a big gulf between the sides in the first half. Will we see a response in the second 45 from United? Christian Eriksen now. Maguire. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. Rasmus Højlund. Well, he tried to put everything into the shot, but couldn't find the target. Klaassen. Steven Berghuis. Oh, nice ball. Well, the attack carried an initial threat, but fizzled out. Decent position this for United to find themselves in, but timely defending when it mattered. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Well, it broke down, alas. Mazraoui. Just the challenge that was required. Ajax finding space on the wing. Excellent strike! Well, I gave him the big build-up, but the keeper has it comfortably. Breaking at pace. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. 30 minutes left for play. A foul it most certainly was. Free kick given. Just made sure nothing came of that. And he's given us away. Manchester United keep the ball. Advantage. Can he play it in? Oh my goodness, you've really got to praise the defending. That was top-notch. Bruno Fernandes has it. Determined defending. Berghuis. And he takes it on. Pretty clear who got the last touch, so it will be a corner. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Potentially freedom for United on the flank. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Mazraoui. Wasteful from United. And into the last 20 minutes. Brian Brobby. And the referee sensibly allowing them to carry on, advantage with them. And tidy defensive play. Christian Eriksen now. Eriksen. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. And let's give credit to the defending. Christian Eriksen now. And a significant block following that cross.
Well, the fans are certainly having their say. Just listen to them. They thought that was a penalty.
Rasmus Højlund. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Oh, that's a really good pass. And he stopped them in their tracks. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Well, using the space really well, you've got to say. And it's played into the centre. Well, his direction was just a little bit off. Ugarte. Given away by Manchester United. And the cross comes to nothing. Oh, the keeper needed to do an awful lot better. Counter-attacking chance. Well, very effective goalkeeping to touch it over. So the corner played into the box. Can they put it away? And they played their way into trouble. Oh, a tremendous block. Can he get one back? He can! And who's to say there's not enough time for them? And so the referee blows for full time and...